48 over.
Teddy bears, goodness me. Well, welcome to RAF Waddington, ladies, gents, teddy bears, Ted Coningsby channel. Trying to hang on up here. There's some really punchy winds going on here today, and we're going to do our best to hang on. I'm doing things a little bit unorthodox today for my setup, and that's all to safety. And welcome back to Red Arrows, and congratulations to them for completing and passing their PDA. They got that out in Greece, so congratulations to them. They are now officially this year's Red Arrows display team, the Royal Air Force Aerobatics team. The UK's #1, a world-class aerobatics team. Oh yes, they're on there. Oh, hello. Oh man, this wind is going to be a bit of a challenge today, ladies, gents, teddy bears. I've got the tripod quite low, so I'm actually taller than the tripod for once. So I've had to tie it down. There's some real punchy, gusting winds today, but we'll do our best to bring you a delightful show. You're going to have that beret on, Ted. Do you think you'll be all right? Probably hear how punchy that wind is. It's really ghastly. So congratulations to the Red Arrows. So this year's team is Wing Commander Adam Collins, the officer commanding. Red 1, Team Leader, Squadron Leader John Bond, known as Bondy. Red 2, Flight Lieutenant Rob Thomas. A new recruit for the 2025 team, And new to the team and making history, Red 3 is Flight Lieutenant Andrew McEwen, who is the first ever Red Arrows pilot to come from a 5th generation aircraft to operate the F-35B. Red 4, Squadron Leader Chris McCann. Red 5 is Flight Lieutenant Dustin Wales. Red 6, Squadron Leader Tom Hansford. Red 7 is Flight Lieutenant George Hopday. Red 8, Flight Lieutenant Richard Walker. Red 9, Flight Lieutenant Ollie Suckling. And Red 10, our supervisor, Squadron Leader Graham Musket. It's the Red Arrows! Here we go. There's my bit of air show commentary for you. You know it is. Just going to move, sorry, one second, just going to move this a little bit there now, give me a little bit more room there now, here we go. You're watching the Ted Coningsby channel on a windy day here at RAF Waddington. We have our Red Arrows and the Vulcan. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. A whole red 9. Here we go. Oh no, Ted. Oh no, flag down. Oh no, thank you. We've had a flag down for Teddy. Oi, oi. Red Arrows. Hello mate, how are you? No, probably put it down by the ladder, yeah. numbers on the right, odds on the left. So that's 2, 4, 6 and 8. On the right, odd numbers on the left. 3, 5, 7 and 9 on the left. Goodness me, it's awful. In fact, I think I might have Pat down on this one. Give me 1 second, sorry about this. It's going to be a little bit of a funny one today. Let's get this. Let me just pop that there. Safety is key. Let me just move position. So, right, okay. I think we'll do this, Ted. Okay, should be alright now. Lincolnshire. I love this bit when they come in, this commentator, it's the Red Arrows, and you get that lovely sound. This is where it gets really adrenaline pumped now. I love this. This is my favourite parts. This is. Sorry about this, over here. It's beginning to smell good here. conditions. I mean, wow, it's windy here, no idea what it's like up there. Experience there now. Oh, word, that was actually really seriously hard work. I don't know what the gusting wind is situation, but it feels a bit like 30 miles an hour gusting winds. That's what it feels like, but they're really strong. For a break. Beautiful. Yeah. Lovely way to break. Yeah, sorry, it's not my best videography in the world. It is. I've had to like stand in a completely different position, just for safety. So fair play. I mean, it's windy here. I don't know what it's like up there. It must be absolutely crazy. So just getting into formation. All 9 of them. Very proud, very proud. Amazing. To be a Red Arrows pilot, you're going to need 3 things. 1, to have over 1,500 of flying time experience. 2, you're going to need to have served at least 1 operational duty, operational tour, and finally you need to be classed as above average for a pilot as well. So if you've got those 3 things, you get 3 seasons with the Red Arrows if you are successful. And if you want to progress, well, you're going to need a minimum of the 3 seasons with the Reds, where you can qualify to become Red 1. Red 1 Squadron Leader John Bondy, or John Bond, sorry, and Bondy that he's known as. And he's the one that does the choreography for this. He's the one that puts the display together. He's the man.
121-305-2010-5, will be a left-right break. Single correct, after 6, 7, 6, 7.
And they do break in order when they get into battle formation. So it'll be...
Check in, 4 left, right, 8.
Whoa, whoa, calm down, man, calm down. Wow, look at this formation then. Look at this. I love that brake. That is just fantastic, that brake. Love that brake. Normally they go into battle when it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wow. Well, it was I did gamble today, not only on hoping that the reds will display today, but also that they'll go up in this weather. Back in formation as well, by the way. They'll get into formation on the taxi. Even the parking is millimetre perfect. Everything about Aerobatics display team is discipline, perfection. And lorries at Waddington. But it wouldn't be Waddington without the lorries. They haven't been too bad today. The wind does help, sorry, the smoke is very useful. That's why it's deployed on the landing there to assist their fellow Red Arrows of any crosswinds or strength of the wind. '60, 1964. 61st season now. You know, I've always said this about air shows, they are something we need to keep. There are many, many, many Red Arrows pilots that have been inspired as a kid watching the Red Arrows and now Red Arrows pilot themselves, and so on and so on. The domino effect continues, and I love that. And it's totally true. Air shows are really important. They create work, create employment, they inspire our future generations to join the Air Force. You know, it inspires other countries to buy and purchase, put in an order for the aircraft itself. More work. Also show off the Air Force as well. Very important. Of course, air shows are not always, you know, not just about the ground. Sorry, not only about the air. You know, the amount of stalls on the ground and display stands on the ground to inspire the other trades of the Air Force. Armourers, chef, engineers, technicians, catering, all that kind of stuff. It's such an important... It plays a major role, air shows, it really does. And thanks a lot, Butchers. Or was it Butler? I don't know. There we go. You you know, I hope you enjoyed that. I'll give you a little bit of history about displays and air shows and how it all works. I'll talk to you a little bit about the differences on the Hawk T1. That's the Red Arrows are the only Royal Air Force unit or squadron or unit to operate the Hawk T1 at Leeming for advanced flying training. It's a Hawk T2, it's slightly different. It's the successor, the upgraded Hawk. The ones at Leeming for the Qatari Emirati Air Force, they're the Hawk BAE Hawk Mark 167, which is similar to the Hawk T2. And if you've enjoyed that, ladies, gents, teddy bears, support the stream by hitting the like button. You are tuned into the one and only Ted Coningsby channel. And of course, come join us. Now, this beautiful Shadow R1 has one of the most amazing engines. The Pratt & Whitney PT6. Oh yeah. That was incredibly challenging, that. I'm alright for a minute. I'll it's really, I don't know if I can have it up here.
Oh no.
I'll catch this departure, I think. Okay, mate. Incredible already. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We are live here at Waddington, and it's very extremely windy up here. So of course, RAF Waddington is home to the ISTAR, that's intelligence, surveillance, target acquisition and reconnaissance, with the Protector, successor to the Reaper drone. They call it a UAS, I think. I don't think it's fair to call it a drone, really, is it? Or is it? Remote piloted, an RP, isn't it? Remote pilot aircraft, an RPA? Is that what they call it? And of course, we've got the Shadow R1, we've got the RC135 rivet joint. Arrows are just taxiing back now, and we'll catch up with the R1 Shadow. For those eagle-eyed, there is a Vulcan there. Look, oh, beautiful. So Waddington has some amazing history. You know, it was the first base to operate the Avro Vulcan, the Avro Lancaster, and the Avro Manchester. It's had a lot of firsts. Even in 1916 it was operating as an airfield with the Royal Flying Corps, training US pilots and British pilots alike. As I mean to go on, look, I'll leave it as we began the stream. Well done, they should be very proud, and we are as well. Here in Britain, we are so proud of our Red Arrows, our finest. Here we go, the R1 Shadow, ready for departure. Oh, that's nice. That's a good one there, look. PT6 is such a clever engine. The front of it is actually at the back, and it's like a reverse flow engine. It's amazing. Whew. Right, there we go. So we'll talk a little bit about the Reds, and that was an amazing display from our Red Arrows, and they're back from Greece. They've got their PDA just like the BBMF, and congratulations to them, and also congratulations of course to our own Typhoon display team as well. What a wonderful way to kick off airshow season as well. And for us, it's pretty much started at East Kirkby at the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre. That was absolutely amazing. And you know, as we think about formation flying and displays, and formation flying has been around since aviation itself, even on the battlefield. And you know, the importance of formation flying has been taking place even during the First World War. I mean, taking off information is such an effective way to get more aircraft up quickly. The evolution, shall we say, of tactics and flying in formation developed into the Vic formation, the four-finger formation, and other tactics like that. And the Vic was used very, very commonly and quite a lot, very effective for both bombers and of course our fighters as well. The Vic formation is basically a V shape consisting of usually 3 aircraft, one in the front and one either side. So you know, it was very effective. And you know, once airborne, or even for example those of such as the B-17s, for example, can cause so many issues for attacking fighters. You know, simply all you got to do, you take the Flying Fortress, add its machine guns and multiply it. You know, you kind of got the idea what fighters on the attack were up against. You know, if you imagined the B-17's machine guns as water jets, you know, you've got to think about it. It'd be impossible to not get wet. So you can see the challenges, but of course there were methods to get around that, and that's what it's all about, I guess. You know, for both defense and offense, learning and finding ways to defeat opponents, I guess. So yeah, like I said, with the formation flying itself, there's a long history, of course, and the importance of it on the battlefield. So from the very first air show, of course, as we were talking about the subject of air show at Reims in France in 1909, to the first RAF pageant with 32 Squadron, which was held in 1920, the history of formation flying and air show is pretty much over 115 or 116 years now. And in 1925, the pageant became known as the Royal Air Force Display, before, in 1938, being known briefly as the Empire Air Day. Biplanes performed to music for the first time, so if you thought that music at air shows was a modern thing, you are wrong. It is, in fact, from the very days of biplanes at air shows. Now, a little bit of a breakthrough in 1947. De Havilland Vampires took to the sky to make it the very first jet aircraft to be used as a fast jet team. These came from RAF Waddington, and then various teams flew the Vampire. 72 Squadron flew in a team of 7. 54 Squadron started using smoke trails as well, until finally the Gloucester Meteor took over from the Vampire. Now, this team that started off with the Vampire were known as the Black Knights, and from reading, it could be one of two possible theories where the tradition came from for wearing black suits when in a display team. Hence the Black Knights. Kind of makes sense. There we go. But in the 50s, it was time for the Hawker Hunter to shine, and in 1956 saw Treble 1 Squadron take to the skies. Many more RAF Aerobatics teams started to form, and in 1958 the Black Arrows performed a loop and a barrel roll of 22 Hunters, which was a world record for the greatest number of aircraft looped in formation. The Black Arrows were the premier team until 1961, when the Blue Diamonds of 92 Squadron continued their role, flying 16 Blue Hawker Hunters. If you are a Ted Coningsby member, you can have a look, a little brief history of a refurbished, put into its glory, 92 Squadron Blue Diamonds Hawker Hunter at Newark Air Museum. Now, Yellow Jacks, there were Red Pelicans as well, and then something extraordinary happened, something I know many of you would want to see again. English Electric Light Lens in formation. I mean, can you imagine English Electric Lightnings in formation? Seriously. And, you know, in 1960, the Tigers of 74 Squadron were re-equipped with the legendary, unique, vertically aligned engines of the English Electric Lightning, which was supersonic, twice that in a vertical. I mean, that's just amazing. So those would go into tight formations, and I've seen a little video of the break of the display team. 56 Squadron, the Firebirds with the 9 red and silver Lightnings as well, but this was not going to last. You see, it was only becoming a bit too obvious that not only the cost, but you're taking not only the aircraft as well out of its combat role, but you're also taking away the very crew as well. So it was only a matter of time. So we've seen the skill involved, the discipline, the tight formations with no room for error, but you know, the time and commitment to, you know, it's so demanding. But this could not be justified to take Lightnings out of their original role to be accompanied by frontline pilots, and not only the pilots as well, but you've got to figure the ground crew involved in that as well. So, you know, it was only a matter of time, and this is the fact today. You know, if you take Typhoons out of their operational role, what they're supposed to do, then you take the pilots. The Red Arrows train, you know, week in, week out, 3 times a day, 5 days a week, plus all the stuff that we don't see, all the sim work. And then you've got the Blues, the Circus, the engineers, technicians, PR, the die team, every single thing. You are taking a lot of personnel out to have a display team for a, you know, and if you're going to justify fast jets, if you're going to take it out of a QRA role and a combat role, it's only a matter of time when the decision comes into it to say, you know what, we can't do that. It's not, you know, we're going to have to use, you know, training aircraft. And to be honest, I love the fact that we use training aircraft, because it's an inspiration. This is something that all the pilots would have had a go on. All the pilots would have, you know, had training aircraft in their RAF career to get to, you know, their front line. So I actually find it quite humbling, really, to have, you know, a training aircraft, to see what it can actually do and what you can do in formation. I mean, it looks glorious. Just catch this R1 landing. Oh, nice, low approach. Lovely. So how did the Red Arrows come about? Well, we spoke about all these other display teams, and it was, you know what, and it was time as well. It was literally that time of making that decision with the English Electric Lightnings, because we had, I'm really struggling to say Lightnings today. English Electric Lightnings, there we go. I mean, I've never had a problem before. I mean, we had the Yellow Jacks at RAF Valley. We've got the Red Pelicans and the Black Arrows display teams as well. But in 1964, at Little Rissington, the RAF literally decided that, you know what, it's time to amalgamate the display teams and have one supreme elite aerobatics team. So they took the name of the Red Pelicans, who were flying the 6 BAC Jet Provost Mark IVs. They took the Yellow Nats training aircraft, and as the Yellow Jacks, after Flight Lieutenant Lee Jones's call sign, who actually led the first Red Arrows team. And the Black Arrows name, they took that as well, and they amalgamated it together to have the Red Arrows. Now, the choosing red for the aircraft was a decision made because technically, I don't know if you can have a bit of truth in it. It's a little bit of a play on sort of you know, chronological order, but technically I feel that the Red Arrows for a split second, all right, I should be able to say that they were technically once yellow, because the Yellow Jacks aircraft were yellow Follen Nats that they were using. That was the first aircraft, and they found that yellow wasn't really good in grey skies. So if you imagine the yellow painted aircraft in display formations, we get quite a lot of grey skies in this country, and yellow wasn't really visible. So they chose red in the end, and they decided to paint the Follen Nats red, and they named the team the Royal Air Force Aerobatics team. That's actually the official name for the Red Arrows, but like I said, we know them as the Red Arrows, and they chose to paint it red. So just a quick, as best as I can to keep it brief, sweet and neat. A little bit about displays, you know, air shows, and a little bit about the Red Arrows. Goodness me, it is absolutely brutal. I'm a little bit scared to leave the camera, actually. Oh dear, the challenges. Margot, I've just seen your wonderful super chat. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. Lots of love on the channel. Thank you very much. So the Red Arrows have been flying the Hawk T1 since 1979. It is the, if I remember correctly, it's not the Hawk T1 standard, it's the Hawk T1A, and that's to do with, so that they can add the smoke pod underneath. Let me go and get you a Red Arrows if I dare get off this van. Punchy. There's no way that's 15 knots. Not in a million years. Woo! Well, it was a good risk, becoming a good little gamble. That's what military aviation is all about. Hopefully this wind just calms down, man. Coffee off you.
There or down here?
Things are just taking off. I had it all down here, and then I just went up when it was ready.
Look at the frothy. Look at the frothy.
Yeah. Yeah, I was contemplating doing that, but I thought I'll give it a go. Oh yeah, you alright? Nice one. Thank you. I can't see them going back up again. Can they go up that soon? Is that a pilot in there? It's hard to tell at the moment. Maybe let's have a little look at the Hawk T1A. So, like I said, it's a beautiful training aircraft. For me, I love it. I love the shape of it. You know, as you know, as the it's such a cute aircraft, and you know, the Red Arrows have, I know for many of us, has, you know, been since childhood for me. And like I said, I was born in Weston-super-Mare, and you know, the Western Air Festival, and the Red Arrows were, you know, were sort of along with the Vulcan as well. They were, you know, for me it was a childhood name. You know, it was a household name for me. The Red Arrows. Every summer I'd go to the beach and watch the go to the seafront and watch the Red Arrows, because, you know, as a kid I grew up with them, and it's such a cute aircraft, to be honest. And it's been with the Red Arrows since 1979, and it is a training aircraft. So when you go for your driving lessons, it is dual controlled. Okay, so your student will be at the front and the QFI at the back. I think that's right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's correct. So yeah, there you go. So in you know, in configuration of a student. So yeah, so this was this was our training aircraft, and it's only with the Red Arrows, our last squadron to have it, as well as the Royal Navy, if I remember correctly, was 100 Squadron at RAF Leeming, the aggressors. And the Red Arrows are the only unit to use the Hawk Mark 1, the T1A. All right, so what's different about the Red Arrows Hawk to the when it was the standard Hawk? Well, there's actually a lot of differences, but some of it we can't see, so we need to go inside inside here. The engine is a Rolls-Royce Ardeur 151 engine. Okay, it's around 5,000 pounds of thrust, and it can, you know, reach a speed of 0.84 Mach 0.84, which is about 680 miles per hour. 644 miles per hour, sorry. And it's not your usual do a 151 engine, because the Red Arrows have actually had it modified. They've tweaked it to make it more responsive for their needs, for their aerobatic needs. Okay, so it's almost like taking your Vauxhall Nova, your SRI, and taking it to Demon Tweaks to have it tuned up. Do you know what I mean? So it has been tuned up in a special way to the Red Arrow's requirements. So that's modification number 1. Okay, now a Red Arrow's display wouldn't be without the smoke pod, right? So you've got dye in the smoke pod, you've got special dye, and you've got white dye, you've got red dye here, and then you've got blue dye here. Okay, and let's just pop that back in, and the pilot can control the smoke. So you've got 5 minutes of white smoke, 1 minute of red, and 1 minute of blue smoke. And something we don't often see at the back are the smoke pipes. Okay, so I've actually modified this myself to show you the smoke pipes at the back. So each one will have the blue, the white, and the red dye. Now, the way this would work, it actually mixed in with diesel, the dye, it actually evaporates. Okay, and that's what makes it appear as coloured smoke and the dye, and that's why it smells beautiful. And the temperatures here are around 400 to 600 degrees Celsius, so it evaporates, leaving you the smoke. But you see these little pipes, how do you get a real more fluffier, plumpier plume of smoke? Well, I haven't modified it yet, but there is an air brake on the Hawk T18, and it's under here. I think they've tried to, I think you've got a little drawing of it here. This would actually open up so it sticks out here. When I was first doing this, I thought it was part of the landing gear. So this would actually create turbulence and a vortex, and it will actually create a bigger plume of smoke. Now I'm just going to have a look to see what this aircraft is doing over here. That's our so that's modification number 2. Now I'll show you the other one in just a moment, which is on the wings. Now when you're a trainee pilot, oh goodness me, you need to know how much lift you've got, how much G's you can pull. And the wings, I've got these clever little, what they call, the Red Arrows call them Toblerones. They're like little triangles, and I'll just show you them. And it allows the pilot, so I've actually modified it myself, and they're these little triangles, and it lets the pilot know, it actually starts to judder for the pilot, to let the pilot know that they've got maximum lift. All right, it creates like a buffer for them. So it's really clever. It's quite a forgiving aircraft with the design. Lovely swept wing for great, really good lift as well. It is subsonic, but it can be transonic. It can go in a dive supersonic. Air Force NH90. awesome, isn't it? So Ian's come to visit us, along with EP65 as well. Woo. Get out the way. Those lorries, man, it is the busiest lorry connection in the world. Don't worry about Truck Fest, just come here. Why would you go to Truck Fest? Just come here, innit? Cool. You're on, man? Yeah. Sadly, I can't show you my drawings today, my sketches, but this beautiful turbo prop engine is absolutely fantastic. It really is. And the front is at the back. Really is amazing. And they're so torquey as well. Oh yeah, I just realised there it is. But I know you want to see the red, so there we go. Tuned into the Ted Coningsby channel. We are live here at RAF Waddington. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to the show. And of course, come join us and subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. The aircraft on the left is a Shadow R1, part of the ISTAR force. That's the Intelligence, Surveillance, Target Acquisition and Reconnaissance. And through a combination of sensors, the Shadow contributes to very, very comprehensive intelligence gathering of the RAF's ISTAR force. It outputs its valuable to a ground commander. And the Shadow's high-definition electro-optical and electronic sensors complements other platforms and capabilities, helping analysts prepare comprehensive intelligence products. It's got satellite comms as well, and lots of links, enable information to be downloaded and offloaded, which they've probably got not only their own satellites and Wi-Fi, they're probably tuned into the Ted Coningsby channel already. It's got lots of, it's been fitted with defensive aids suite as well. It was a replacement for the King Air as well. It is a Beechcraft product. And it's got two Pratt & Whitney PT6A 10 rated at 1050 horsepower turboprop engines. They're extremely torquey and quite a small engine, a reverse flow engine as well. And sadly I can't show you my diagram, I'm afraid, in this weather. It'll just get, I don't even know why I've got my hat on today, because it's threatening to come off. Approach. See ya. So we are in the Wave, which is the Waddington aircraft viewing enclosure. All this land that you can see, please don't go on it. It is private land. There is no public access on this land at all, so please don't ruin it for others. There is a red and white fence. Again, there are signs put out there. Can't see it from this position, but you must not be at the red and white fence. You will be approached by the authorities and told to move on. In fact, I have heard they've been issuing fines. So once again, please do not go on this land and the red and white fence. Don't block your vehicle on the crash gate. Stick to the rules and we can all have a good time and enjoy aircraft viewing responsibly. Now the Wave car park's got their own burger van as well. Enjoy. There are toilets provided as well, and bins provided for users of the car park and the burger van. And just enjoy. But like I said, really important to not venture on private land. It really is a big thing. And also take care when crossing the road. You may have seen spotters in the background by the hedge, which is fine, you're allowed to go there. There are certain days you cannot be there. They want everyone here for safety. It does happen now and again, so there are signs as well, and you know, there's authorities to manage that as well. It is all for your own safety, it's not done to be a nuisance, it's done controlled so we can all have a good time and we can all watch aircraft safely. I didn't. Forgot about that. I'll have that later. I totally forgot about it, but I'll have it later on. I'll have it later on. Yeah, no, just leave it there. I'll yeah, that's cool. See, that sounds like a red arrow started up, one of the Hawks, but one of the characteristics of the PT6 engine are those big bore exhausts. Look at it! I mean, who's had one of them on their Citroen Saxo and on their XR3i and their Novas? Come on, who's had one? Who's had one of them in their Micra 1 litre? You know it is. What about the Uncle Festa in the XR2? Come on, who's had one of them? Who's had one? Or even stuck one on a Ford Escort 1.3 where? Come on, who's had one? Oh, come on, who's installed?
Pop them all.
You've done one! Yay! Thank you, Kev. Thanks, and thanks for the webbing, mate. Yeah, thank you. There you go. We had one vote up. If you've installed a big bore exhaust on a vehicle that probably made it slower, then let us know. Come on. What did you put a big bore exhaust on that really shouldn't have probably been on there? That was probably more valuable than the vehicle itself. You remember the Nova SRI? Come on, that 1. Was it 1.5 or? Oh dear, memories. 2. Amazing. The Ford Orion as well. I remember a few had those big 4 on there. And amazing. What was it? Mongoose and Scorpion exhausts and what was the other ones? There was a few others. Oh dear. Oh. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Ted is going to do guards marches without a beret, and I think I need to take my hat off as well, so... Oh my word. Woo! Whoa! Oh. Yeah, there's no way that's 15 knots up here. It's no way. Not in a million years that's 15 knots. That's rubbish. Don't know what it is at the moment. Ted, hang in there, mate. I know, Ted's just going to do his best. And then we got our sound systems. Kenwood, Pioneer, Sony. What was the other one? Blaupunkt and Kenwood. Oh, Alpine. Alloy wheels, Fox Racing. The OZs, oh man, yeah, Chris, nice one. Voodoo alloys. Ted's like wondering what is going. Ted doesn't really do cars, do you? Right. Margot, thank you very much for the super chat. Who's put it's the red arrows or the Ted arrows. Jonathan Moore, thank you very much for your 6 months milestone reached. Thank you very much. Love your vids and streams, thank you. Babsar, high five, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership, Guards March. Without the beret, because it's just going to go in there. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker, Guards March. Jenny B, thank you as well for the super sticker. Margot, high five, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Snacks, congratulations on 4 months membership as well. Sonny K, high five, welcome to the Ted Coningsby squadron. Doug Streams, hi Nikos, would love a shout out for me and my partner Annabelle for a wedding today. Wow, congratulations. And the wedding's at 1:30 today. Doug Streams, congratulations and happy wedding day to you and Annabelle. Rob Kennard, high five. Paul Pump, thank you very much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. A Guards March to you, thank you so much. And Jake reaching 26 months membership, thank you very much as well. Oi oi. Come on you Reds. Rob Kennard, high five. Paul Pump, thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Guards March, all the way from Devon. DJ Sonic Sense, high five, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. And Margot, thank you very much for your amazing super chat. So Margot, that was a very generous super chat just then, so high five, paw pump and a salute. And unfortunately it's without a beret today because it will go flying. So Margot, for that generous super chat and a fly pass as well for that. For the air shows funds, thank you very much Margot. A little fly pass as well. So thank you very much for that. Well, that was a nice surprise of the Royal Netherlands Air Force NH90. I tell you what, I think that's just one single poppy. Just a single poppy. See if I can locate it on here. Hang on. Oh, there are two. They're getting a bit excited, the lorry drivers. Not only are they taking over the road, they're now trying to find another way to get on the street. Oh, is that a canopy open? Hello. Canopy open, unless the wind's just popped that open. Wouldn't be surprised. And we've got our Avro Vulcan there, beautiful. I've got the camera really low. I'm actually taller than it for once, so I'm gonna just crouch down. And I've done that so it's not as vulnerable. It's just ridiculous the amount of wind and the gusting winds that we've got up here. It's really scary, but all is good. It's all strapped down. It's that confidence of leaving it here for 2 seconds. I'm like, oh, I'm not sure about that. But welcome to the show. We're doing all we can. The filming isn't going to be up to my, top-notch standards, I'm afraid. It really is. Really pushing on my, if I'm over here, it's pushing on my right. Which, it's like, if you're taking photos and someone pushes you, it's like that. If it's constant wind, it's not too bad. You can lean on it. I know it sounds crazy. It's a technique that I use. You can actually use it. Okay, so you know where the wind's coming from. But it is sort of weaving directions, and it can throw you off balance, which is really annoying for me. So I'm trying to use the gusting winds, but then it stops, and then you're like, oh. So it's like leaning on something, and then the door opens, and then you go flying. So it's like that. It's really uncomfortable, but I'm doing all I can to give you the best experience that I can at the moment. But we'll do our best. I've had worse, I'll be honest with you, but there are winds that are really punchy, really aggressive. Even though they're not 40 miles an hour, depends how, really strange, really spiraling winds at the minute, but hey, that's the way it is. The vicinity here used to be part of the original, the older parts of the base. I could see what they call the pancake here, look. If you have a look on Google Earth, you can see some of the original stands. You've got some hard stands here. There's a bit there of the original base. So obviously it's been shrunk since then, but the history does date back all the way to 1916 as a Royal Flying Corps base. Goodness me. And of course the lorries taking over. can get online on the Ted Coningsby online store. And we do 2 different types of car graphics, so you can get one of them. Then you can you don't have to have it in that particular order. You can, I know a lot of people have put Ted in the quarter light and had the Ted Coningsby on the rear windshield and put the YouTube next to it. It's a set of 3, that particular one. We've got 2 types of car decals. They are high quality, the same, and if I may add, it's the same company that did my wrap, so it is top quality decals. It's not your cheap decals. These are proper, you know how it is. So we do 2 types. There's that type in a set of 3, and then there's one long one that's got a little bit of the van Typhoon on there, that I've got that graphic there, that grey and a little bit of foonage going on there. So have a little look and treat yourself. It's air show season. I've brought back the top Ted t-shirts in the white. I've also got finally the Fighter Squadron t-shirts in navy and white as well. So enjoy. Ready for air show season. As soon as we see the ground crew out, then it's all good to go. One more show for the week, and that's tomorrow. We're back at Lake and Heath for our usual end of week special. Hopefully it's not like this. It's challenging but doable. Just. good. I was going to try and dare to show you the black buck raid diagram as well, but I'll do what I can to give you the history. I've also dug out, a bit of a risk, the PT6 engine that I spoke about with the Shadow. What I'll do, I'll show you that first. I don't know if this is going to work, but here we go. You may have it in 3D at this rate, but so that PT, yeah, bad idea. But there we go. I'm going to keep going. So this is our, so this is looking on the top, all right, like a bird's eye view of that PT6 engine in the Shadow R1. There's those. We saw that big bore exhaust. There's one of them. So there'll be one on just on the other side. But those are characteristics, all right, of a Pratt & Whitney PT6. Like, this is where we got onto the subject. Now, this beautiful engine is called a reverse flow engine for good reason, and I'll show you. It is a turboprop engine. There is no bypass, and the exhaust gases from the turbine actually power the gear to turn the propeller. It's a bit like getting a hairdryer and getting one of those little garden windmill that we can get, and just for decoration. But what it is, it's got the at the front, it's got an intake very similar. It reminds me of the P47 Thunderbolt's 28 Pratt & Whitney 2800 engine. I mean, look how evolution, on the Pratt & Whitney 2800 engine, and look at the Pratt & Whitney PT6. Very, very similar. So the air is brought in. There is a mesh for foreign object debris, FOD. So the air goes actually in at the back. Now, because it's called a reverse flow, and the engine at the front of the engine is actually at the back. This is where it all starts. So you've got the air going through. Now, let's imagine it's 1 bar of pressure. All right. So this is the cold section. That air's going in, and this is the very front of the engine. Okay. There's the air inlet, like I've drawn here. Okay, from both sides. Okay. Now, this is a low pressure axial compressor. Depending on the size of the aircraft, can match the they do it in 3 or 4 stages. Okay, I think I've drawn a 3-stage low pressure compressor system. So you've got all the cold section here. Now it's compressed at a pressure of 10, so it compresses it from 1 bar to 10 bar of pressure. So if we think about the Pratt & Whitney's F135 huge turbofan on the F-35, that compresses air to 26 times. And you can hear it now, actually. Well, this is good timing. So this is... Oh no, it's not. It's Cranwell. Oi, Cranwell. That's a different aircraft now altogether. Never mind. So I'll just continue. That's Cranwell's Embraer Phenom. So just a little bit about the special engine, the PT6. So just really quickly then, so you don't miss out on any of the aircraft that's coming through. So the air goes in. So the front of the engine's actually at the back, okay? Once it's compressed, now with all compressors, they get smaller and smaller and smaller. You want to compress that air so you get more for your money in a way. When you compress air, if you imagine a scuba diver's oxygen tank, there's a lot of oxygen in there in little tanks. So we're doing the same thing here. We're getting more air by squeezing it. Squeezing air is more combustible as well. Now, the next stage after the compressor stage, it just goes to a centrifugal compressor. Now, this is designed, it's got a it almost looks like a cap, and it's done so that it pushes the compressed air 180 degrees both sides, okay? So this is compressed to 10:1. Now that compressed air goes through here and then goes back again, okay? And now when we get to this bit here, this is now the hot section, okay? This is where it's going to get combusted. This is a single stage flow turbine here, all right? And the high pressure compressor turbine is mounted on the same shaft as the compressor stage. So from here to here, that's one shaft. But notice in the middle, it's not connected for good reason, which I'll tell you in a moment. So when the compressed air goes into the combustion chamber, it's got like a little injector spray nozzle here. That combusts. That hot gas actually starts to turn the turbine. This is where it gets really clever. Now, normally the turbine, when the combustion stage is done, it spins the turbines to power the shaft. Here, it does something a little bit special. It powers the turbine. Okay, makes it turn to spin the gear here. It's a two-stage planetary reduction gearbox to spin the propeller. So those hot gases, normally on a jet engine, you know, power the shaft for the high pressure compressor and the low pressure compressor. This here is doing something else. It's now powering this reverse flow shaft to spin the two-stage planetary gearbox. Now the RPM on that is around 35,000 RPM, but the point of a two-stage planetary gear box system is to reduce the RPM to 1700 to 2200 because they're so torquey. And this is why this side spins in one direction and on this section here spins the other way, because the compression stages here are so torquey in this section here that it can actually make the aircraft flip over. Okay, so the fact that you've got one section of your engine spinning one way and one on the other, it will actually control it. A bit like the contra-turning blades on the A400, they're going in different directions because it's so torquey. Same with here, so it's spinning this turbine at 35,000 RPM. All right, that's too much for a propeller. So what they do, they've reduced it using the two-stage planetary gearbox, reduction gearbox. And look at that, from 1700 to 2200. It is amazing. That is a fantastic engine. It's got a power turbine, and like I said, they're not connected at all. Here comes our Phenom. Away from Cromwell. It's quite irregular here, but it's not far, you see, Cromwell and Waddington. So yeah, the PT6 is a very clever engine, and it's on a lot. It's on a lot of aircraft, such as the Texan as well, and of course our Shadow R1 that's here. Hope that made sense anyway. But how cool is that? They've closed that canopy now. I'm not surprised, or unless the wind just shut that down. So yeah, that was the engine there of the Shadow R1, a PT6, and those are the big bore exhausts. Like I said, goes in, gets compressed like any other engine, and it's got the central fuel pushing the compressed air all the way around here. The air here is about 300 degrees here, sprayed with the fuel with that compressed air, and that starts spinning this turbine, which powers the shaft for the propeller. But it's so torquey. It's got a two-stage planetary gearbox to slow down the RPM to 1700, 2200. Again, it's like I said, it's like getting a hairdryer and just you know, blowing it onto a little handheld windmill. right, man? Yeah, just hanging on up there, bless you. Yeah, hanging on just about. Goodness me. That's good. Yeah, sure. I'll have a bite. No drink though. I'm all right for a drink. Oh, that'd be great, man. Thanks, man. Oh, bless. Is that your car? Good day for hanging your clothes out here. They'll be dry in an instant. There we go. So, ladies, gents, teddy bears, welcome to a very historical airfield. And it opened as a Royal Flying Corps station. And that was opened as an aerodrome in 1916, a military aerodrome. And don't forget, the UK had around about 300 military airfields at the end of the First World War. There were student pilots, including members of the US Army Air Corps, and they were taught to fly a variety of aircraft of that time. And the station came under the control of the Royal Air Force when it was founded on the 1st of April 1918. And it operated until 1920, when the station went into care and maintenance. And just to give you an idea, we only had about 27 military airfields around 1924. So a big change. Of course, we like to think that it would happen again, but you know, having military airfields, it's not always about the aggressive side. It actually acts as a deterrent. So they did actually do a pre-war, or shall we say, an expansion program. So during the First World War, I'll just give you a few of the squadrons that were here as various forms. So there was 82 Squadron, which was a Royal Flying Corps squadron. They were operating the Armstrong Whitworth FK8. They actually moved to France. 97 Squadron Royal Flying Corps as well. They moved to the Stonehenge Aerodrome. There was 105 Squadron Royal Flying Corps. 117 of the Royal Flying Corps, 123, and oh, what's this? I was at the. What we got now? Look at this. Bit more of Cranwell here. Got a little prefect here now. It's a bit windy to point that up in the sky up here. It is, oh my word, feels like it's just getting worse and worse up here, you know. But there we go. So we had an active aerodrome. We had 203 Squadron RAF, 204 Squadron, and 23 squadrons. Now, during that period, like I mentioned, of no activity, the interwar period, as they like to call it, there was a pre-war expansion program, and Waddington was a site that was chosen, and it was developed into the idea was to create a heavy bomber station. It did reopen as a bomber base on the 12th of March 1937, so just 2 years before the start of the Second World War. It was number 50 Squadron who arrived as the base opened, and they arrived here with the Hawker Hines and the Handley Page Hamden bomber as well, the flying suitcase, which I've shown you quite a few times, but I can't bring it up here today because it will literally take off without clearance. Number 110 Squadron arrived 15 days after that, and they were operating the Bristol Blenheim, very similar to the Handley Page Hamden. 7th of June 1937, we saw 88 Squadron. They reformed here before moving to Boscombe Down, and a squadron that's very, that ties its roots and legacy to Waddington is number 44 Squadron, and I'll explain why. They moved in from RAF Andover. Now, they came here flying the Bristol Blenheims before switching to the Avro Anson and then the Hamden bomber in February 1939. In May 1939, 110 left for Wattisham in Suffolk, and 50 Squadron left for the following year at RAF Lindholm in South Yorkshire. Now, as the war started, RAF Waddington began the Second World War with Hamdens of number 44 Squadron and 50 Squadron. Both squadrons were in action the same day as Britain's war declaration, and their first attacks were naval targets in Kiel. Waddington squadrons were also involved during the critical stages of the late summer and early autumn of 1940. They attacked various targets and barges in the Channel ports as well, and being assembled as part of the invasion fleet. Now, 207 Squadron, they were the first to be equipped with the Avro Manchester. Now, this is what I've been learning. Hang on, let me get a little bit of Cranwell here. I've been doing a bit more research on the older operational requirements, and we were just talking about the PT6. Here it is in action. Enjoy the big bore exhaust characteristics of the Pratt & Whitney's PT6 engine. Goodness me, there are other variants of it. It is actually relatively quite, goodness me, it's quite a small engine as well. Goodness me, this is getting bad. Whoa, 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 oh my word. So yeah, is that the prefect as well? Is that the prefect coming and all? Or is that the Embraer? No, it's the Embraer. This operates out of Cranwell. Like an envoy then, didn't it? Yeah, I've got my limits today, and that is not good. So 207 Squadron received operationally the Avro Manchester. Oi, oi. And the Avro Manchester, along with, shall we say, the adapted version, the Air Ministry specification for the Manchester, right, was P1336, all right? I will get into, on a more calmer day when I can explain in a bit more detail, there were requirements that were set by the Air Ministry. But I also found out yesterday, for those that know that I'm studying, I do study the history of Royal Air Force and United States Air Force, along with learning about avionics and how stealth works and how planes work and engines, and yeah, I'm covering it all, but there we go. I found out more about Air Ministry specification, and each letter denominated, for example, a medium bomber or a heavy bomber. The letter B, there was also something for a specification for fighters. This is a specification when the Air Ministry was requiring a particular aircraft. Now, what I didn't know, you can, remember yesterday I said about making aircraft, and here we go, let's have this in the war, or, you know, that kind of thing. No, you could actually submit a private project, and if they liked it, the Air Ministry, they would actually put out a specification. Now, the second number, 36, for example, in this case for the Avro Manchester, and also the Avro Lancaster was built under that specification 1336. The 36 denominates the year that it was submitted Okay, so the first set of numbers, 1, 3 or 13, that's to be correct, that was the 13th submission. So the next one of that year will be 14, 15, 16, and so on. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, it's so horrible trying to concentrate. So the Avro Manchester, as you may know or not know, it's quite bad up here. I'm a bit worried about the models up here. Let me get them. I'll do my best. So believe it or not, the Avro Manchester was pretty similar to this. Very similar. Okay. Now that requirement that we mentioned. Hello. Now it was built up for requirement P1336, for those that don't know. And you can actually get a list of requirements as well online, and you can find them, and there's even a book on requirements by the Air Ministry. And P13, so that tells you that it was the 13th submission of that year. Okay, so let me just get you the details of P1336. So the requirement was a twin-engine medium bomber for worldwide use. The introduction was delayed because of the necessity for further orders of the Whitley and Wellingtons, it says here. So there are specifications. So they wanted a twin-engine medium bomber worldwide use. The Avro Manchester, the Mark 1, looked like this, with two exceptions, or three. Let's go with three. It had a central fin, so it had three stabilizers, fins, sorry, three tails, but this was shrunk by 1.5 meters on each side. Okay. And there was two engines, the the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines, which were rated at 1760 horsepower. But it was the engines that pretty much killed the thing. The Mark 1A actually got rid of the center tail, and they actually increased it by 1.5 meters each side. The problem with the Manchester, which was based here as well, it had a lot of ball bearing issues inside the engine, and it would actually cause them to catch fire. In fact, the aircraft didn't see the end of the war and was grounded. It was actually grounded so many times, and they couldn't continue. And you know, places like Coningsby, squadrons that were converting to the Manchester from Hamdens, for example, would actually use their Hamdens, and sub squadrons couldn't even go out to their missions at all because they grounded them so many times. So there was so many problems with the engine. Also, the propellers started to feather as well, causing them to cause damage in the engine and catch fire. A lot of the problems happen on the outbound. So once they've done their bombing mission, you know, with their powerful engines, I mean, let's face it, Rolls-Royce Vulture engine was supposed to be the engine, but it didn't work out. There was so many problems with it. So Roy Chadwick and his men at Avro, they decided to increase the wingspan to add 4 engines in total, but new ones. They added the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine. Less power, more reliable. They were rated around about 1,300 horsepower. It could do a service ceiling of 24,000 feet or so. The bomb load was amazing, very impressive with its 14,000 pound of bomb load. You know, it could go over 280 miles per hour, and it was perfect. But it was given given 2 prototypes. It was BT308. The second prototype actually they introduced back the third tail. I think it was DG595, which was pretty cool. But they nearly called it the Avro Manchester Mark III, but they called it the Avro Lancaster, and it was delivered here officially in December. It was Christmas Eve, I believe, to 44 Squadron in 1941. There's a bit more of Cranwell coming in. They also operate at Barkston Heath as well, which is a satellite to RAF Cranwell. Easy. Oh, you got it. Careful, son. Yeah, nicely done, nicely done. And it's got to be challenging in these conditions. You know, fair play on a light aircraft like that. And I must admit, it is absolutely savage out there today. You know, really brutal, really punchy gusts. So it's not going to be my most smoothest history. It's so off-putting trying to talk about history and being bashed around by the wind. It really is not a nice experience, I'll tell you that. You know, trying to concentrate and then being bashed about. But I'll keep going, I'll keep going. So that was the fate of the Manchester. It was pulled out of production several times. I think over a dozen, I think it was. Your buddy? Oh, nice one. Oh, right, yes, I'll bring one of these. Yeah. All right. Cheers, buddy. Take care. So there we go. 44 Squadron were operating the Lancaster, which is why it had that designation, the Lancaster, of from the specification P1336. That made a lot of sense, that one. But I'll talk to you a bit more detail next time. This is so off-putting. Oh my word. Oh my word. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Goodness me, what a challenge. You know, and how on earth do they keep in tight formation in this wind as well? It baffles me, that one. So I won't go into all the detail, but of course 44 Squadron were chosen and led by Squadron Leader John Nettleton, VC, to lead them to the first ever main raid into Germany using the Lancasters. There were 6, okay, with the exception of the reserve, but there were 6 involved, two lots of 2 in Vic formations, and also 97 Squadron joined them with Squadron Leader John Sherwood as well. So of the 12 Lancasters that went to raid Augsburg, and the point of the raid, enough was enough of the U-boats, enough was enough of being starved, and with the threats of being starved, because we are an island, and the way to do that is to starve us of supplies and food and down all our fleets of merchant ships and all our supplies, and the U-boats were causing a pain. So Air Marshal Harris said, right, enough's enough, let's go and bomb and stop the production of these U-boats. And this was his idea. And we had aging Hamdens, we had unreliable Manchesters before, but the Lancaster, that was chosen for the job. Sadly, 7 were lost. 5 from here, and another 2 at Woodhall Spa's 97 Squadron. And of course, as we know, 97 Squadron were a Coningsby Squadron, but we're using RAF Woodhall Spa as not only a satellite station to Coningsby, but the satellite station offered concrete runways to operate the Avro Lancaster. So 97 Squadron, of course, they were also here in early part of 1941, and of course they moved to Coningsby. We also had 9 Squadron, initially using Wellington bombers until switching to the Lancaster. Also had 142 Squadron here, using Fairy Battles. 207 Squadron, the first to operate the Avro Manchester, which ended up being the Avro Lancaster. 420 Squadron, the Royal Canadian Air Force, who formed here on the 19th of December 1941 with Hamdens before moving to Skipton-on-Swale in Yorkshire. 463 Squadron, the Royal Australian Air Force. They formed at the airfield on the 25th of November 1943. With the Lancasters Mark 1 and 3, they moved to Skellingthorpe in 1945. 467 Squadron, the Royal Australian Air Force as well, and of course the legendary 617 Squadron. Now they were present quite late, 17th of June 1945 to the 19th of January 1946. They moved to RAF Digri in Pakistan. And of course, as we creep into the Cold War era, RAF Waddington became an Avro Vulcan V-bomber station with 83 Squadron. And our Vulcan is here. And what's interesting, this Vulcan that you've got here, I've got in my hand. That sounds really. How do you do that, Nikos? Who are you, David Copperfield? No, mate. I'm about to David Copperfield this, mate. Yeah, watch this. So XM607, look at that. Is our oh, that's a nice shot, isn't it? Look at that. When are you going to get a Vulcan and a Phenom? So our legendary, much loved, much missed Avro Vulcan, which was here operating with number 83 Squadron first, and this, I'm trying to see if that's NH90 starting up by the sound of it. So I'm not going to hold it as gracefully as I normally do in this wind, a bit worried it's going to take off. And 83 Squadron, the first to receive the Vulcan in May 1957. Continued its role right up until 1984, when the last Vulcan, Squadron number 50, disbanded. And of course, this the very base, the squadrons of the base went onto the Black Buck raid, but they operated from the Ascension Islands for the very famous Black Buck raid. But we had this beautiful. Might need to sort that out. Looks like it's. Yeah, we'll be alright, we'll fix that. There's our Vulcan. Goodness me, this wind is awful. Yeah, we'll catch up on the Black Butt raids later on, I think, on another show. So yeah, that, for those interested, the specification for that was B3546, by the way. So I'm learning about aircraft specification. That's not a good shot, is it? Aircraft specification. Again, another legendary aircraft from Avro. Amazing. Actually, interestingly, these are to scale. Hang on. These are actually to scale. Look at that. Not the best shot in the world, that. quite similar wingspan actually. I'm going to just double check because I think they're to scale. Yeah, wingspan 99 foot 5 inches. The Lancaster was oh nice, it is starting up, nice. NH90 starting up. Lancaster just slightly larger by about 2 foot. Oh goodness me. Well, this looks good. So our NH90 started up. I'm just going to swap the mags over on this. Woo. Well, I can. Goodness me. Oh. Woo. Opening and ground crew over here, so that's good news. Will we get a second sortie then? Oh yeah, come on. How you doing, man? Just one sec. Cheers, buddy. What's up, Ron? Thank you. Thanks, man. Canopy's opening. and outbound. Right, what's going on down over here at the Reds? All pilots are getting in. Oh yes. I repeat, pilots in. Woo! Coningsby channel, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to the show. And it looks like we've got another practice display from our Red Arrows. The in-season practice. Their 61st season, the Red Arrows. They've been operating the very aircraft that you can see here, the Hawk T1, since 1979. Between 64 and 78 they were using the Follen Gnat. Teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at RAF Waddington, home of the Red Arrows, and it looks like we got another display. Please support the channel by hitting the like button and subscribing. Make sure you hit that notification bell button as well, where you can be notified of our latest and greatest live streams and videos. So the 2025 display team is Officer Commanding Wing Commander Adam Collins. And he's responsible for the world-class team who deliver that beautiful soft power capability in support of national interests. Red 1 is team leader, squadron leader John Bond. His role primarily is for all aspects of the display, from running the training program to choreographing the show itself. He leads the Red Arrows. Red 2, new for this season, is Flight Lieutenant Rob Thomas. Oi, oi. Red 3, making history, is Flight Lieutenant Andrew McEwen. Now, he's new for this year, but also he's the only Red Arrows pilot to have previously flown the F-35B Lightning, a 5th generation stealth fighter. Red 4 is Squadron Leader Chris McCann. Red 5 is Flight Lieutenant Dustin Wales. Red 6, Squadron Leader Tom Hansford. How you doing? Red 7, Flight Lieutenant George Hopday. Red 8 is Flight Lieutenant Richard Walker. Red 9 is Flight Lieutenant Ollie Suckling. And finally, Red 10, the supervisor for the Red Arrows, Squadron Leader Graham Musket. As Red 10, Graham is the team's safety supervisor, commentator, and flies the Red Arrows photographers and spare jet as well. Let's also give a big round of applause and a shout out to the circus. The 10 aircraft engineering technicians and 1 photographer are chosen. Each circus number is matched to a particular red. So Circus 1 is with Red 1, Circus 2 is with Red 2. So Circus 1, Flight Lieutenant Greg Harley. Circus 2, Corporal Dale Smith. Circus 3, Air Specialist Class 1, Technician Joe Burnett. Circus 4, Corporal Daniel Wilson. Circus 5, Corporal Matthew Harris. Circus 6, Corporal Luke Smells. Circus 7 is Corporal Josh Wallace. Circus 8, Corporal Scott Bamford. Circus 9, Sergeant Colin McDonald. And Circus 10, Air Specialist Class 1, Iwan Lewis. And Circus 11, Squadron Leader Andy King. Oi, oi. The Red Arrows engineering technicians and support staff are headed by a senior engineering officer who, alongside with the management team of 2 junior engineering officers, engineering support flight officer, a warrant officer and 2 flight sergeants as well. They're responsible for ensuring the correct number of aircraft are available for the pilots during both the display and training seasons. Without them, there'll be no displays. So this is why it's really important to make sure that we understand the importance of our ground crew. You've also got mechanical technicians, avionics technicians, weapons technicians, logistics, mechanical transport, survival equipment techs, the photographers, engineering support flight, all the PR teams. Every single aspect makes up. Not only that, what about the survival team, the die team as well, that actually compact, produce that lovely, colourful, smoky display. Oh yes. Very warm welcome, good afternoon, good evening, good day. Aspen, Aryan, Rob Kennard, Blocks, Wee Stevie Boy, Jill Scotter, Kevin L, Darren Harwood, Margot Baxter, Captain A, Julie Beard, Alex Blackcat, Edward Coates, Purple Bat, Lanny the Lancaster, Captain A. Woo, it's windy. Here we go. away, lorries, just for 1 minute. Come on. Here we go. Get ready, ladies and steady bears. So we've got the odd numbers on the left, even numbers on the right for the Red Arrows team. Here we go. Hi, yeah, you're right there. How's it going? They're online. So I've got the Red Arrows frequency on. I don't know how long the battery's going to last, but there we go. Bits and pieces out the way. Right, let's do this. Commentary Channel live here at RAF Waddington. It's the Red Arrows! I might need to work on my timing of that.
to the flat. There's one of them, I guess. This will start second off rolling. It's the one that left this quarter. Phenom.
that time. Going through as well. Lovely. Eros would be pleased. mean, that's just makes you proud, doesn't it? The amount of Red Arrows pilots, they've inspired to become Red Arrows pilots in the future, and this is absolutely true. I love it. Well done, boys. That was absolutely incredible. So as they regroup to finish up for their break, as in aviation, not as in taking a break from things. So here we go. The Red Arrows, and you can tell why. It's just amazing. As they break to land just then in a beautiful way. There's no lorries. no lorries until now. One's just coming now. Two more. Absolutely the best. There really is. It's, and in challenging conditions as well, I must say. I don't really know how it affects flying conditions as in aerobatics teams, and although if it requires an extra skill level, I don't know how it affects the aircraft. Maybe it doesn't. I think I would imagine it does, especially gusting winds like that. But maybe one to ask a pilot what it's like. You know, if you're in close formation and you know, with the wind like that, it was battering me about. But I did my best. That's all that can be asked for. You enjoyed that, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Don't forget to support our channel, bringing you military aviation around the country. This is your one and only Ted Coningsby channel, so do like and do subscribe as well. Do come and join us. How you doing, man? All right? Oh, okay. Hey man, how you doing? Alright? Good mate. Cheers. Woo! So we welcome back the Red Arrows on another fantastic practice display. Getting them ready for the air show season now. Oh, thank you so much for getting us to... We're getting closer to 95k. We are getting closer. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Dave Williams, thank you very much. It was testing, I'll tell you that. Whew, goodness me. Thank you, St. Lee, Elizabeth LeBourne, Kevin L, Jude Mel, Julie Beard, Elizabeth LeBourne. How you doing? Alan Burden, how's it going? Captain Jerry Donnelly. It's here they come. Welcome back, the Reds. You know, it's such a privilege to be able to do this. It really is, to be able to come here and watch Red Arrows practice. Right, thank you very much for your kind words. Lots of kind words coming in. That was pretty testing. You know, that was a flat display as well, the heart being flat as well, which it's just phenomenal, it really is. Kevin L, yeah, that's correct. Thank you very much. So that's 2 lots of 9 ship full Diamond 9 displays. Kind words, everyone. Jack's flying high, thank you very much. Not Captain Baber, thank you as well. St. Lee, the best one for me, this one. They just get better every time, so the next one will be better. I mean, that's what you aim for, really. For amazing words from all of you, thank you. It's I mean, admittedly, without sounding biased, this is a challenging day today to film up here. It really is. I've had to have the camera, even the tripod is sort of very low, just to make it more secure. And of course, for those who don't know, everything I do is handheld. Of course, now it isn't, so I can just have a little rest. But you know, I don't use the tripod for filming planes in there when they're flying. Basically, never, always handheld, and it comes as a bit of a surprise to some people. Why have I put the beret on? No beret. I don't even think we should do the flag either, Ted. I think we were pushing it earlier. But there we go. And Doncaster lass, thank you very much for your super chat. Linneman for Nikos taking back. Those reds were everywhere. Thank you very much for the super. James S, high five. God's March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Captain Jerry Donnelly, 9 months membership of the Reds training jets. They are, the Red Arrows jets are training jets. I'll bring out my Red Arrow and talk to you about it. Andrew Porter, thank you very much. Another great display. Thank you for the super. Elizabeth LeBourne, 14 months membership. Please could Red Ted say get well to Johnny B. I'll see what I can do. Steve Rampling, it's my 40th birthday today. Oi oi, hope all is well. Thank you very much and a happy birthday. Guards March to Steve Rampling. Thank you very much. Andrew Porter for the Red Arrows, putting up with the win. Guards March. And a Guards March for Margot. Thank you very much for the super sticker. Let me just go and get my Red Arrow for those that missed it. Those that like to know about what difference the Red Arrow's Hawk is compared to a regular Hawk T1. The Red Arrows are the only unit to use, or the only squadron unit to operate the Hawk T1. Now the Hawk that's used from the Red Arrows aircraft is actually a Hawk T1A. The reason is the Hawk T1A was able to have a 30mm cannon, and so that the drop tank can be used in its replacement to be filled with dye, which gives off our Red Arrow smoke, which there wouldn't really be a Red Arrows display without the very famous smoke. But what else is different about the Red Arrows Hawk to a regular Hawk that was out there? So yes, this was our training aircraft. It was also used by number 100 squadron based at RAF Leeming, who were an aggressor squadron. The Hawks were painted black. The Royal Navy used them as well, and they were also used at RAF Bali as well for a period of time while they trained in this particular aircraft. Though today our training aircraft is an upgraded Hawk. It's now the Hawk T2. It looks very different, just slightly. I've got one somewhere, but I'm a bit worried to leave the camera unattended for that long period. But it's very similar. I think it's got a longer nose, slightly larger wingspan. But what else is different to a regular Hawk to the Red Arrows Hawk? Have the Red Arrows just literally got a Hawk and painted it red? Well, the answer is no. The very first difference is inside the engine. It's a Rolls-Royce Ardeur engine 151, but what the Red Arrows team have done, they've got BAE systems to modify it and Rolls-Royce to modify it, and inside they've actually tweaked it to make it more responsive. Okay, so it is done to Red Arrow specification, producing around 5,000 horsepower, 5,000 pounds of thrust on there. It still reaches speeds of around 640 miles per hour. It can go transonic in a dive. The other modification is, of course, our smoke pod. Okay, now we take this away and inside is filled with dye. So the center has about 5 minutes of white dye, a minute of blue and a minute of red here. Now the pilot can control the smoke, and at the back is my own modification that I've done to this model. Something we don't get to see are the actual pipes at the back, that each one for each color. The way it would work, the pilot would press the button for, let's say, red smoke. Now that dye is mixed with diesel. Because of the hot gases here, they're around about 400 to 600 degrees Celsius. It evaporates, leaving smoke. Okay, now then, how do you control how much thickness or a better plume of smoke can you get, because sometimes wind can actually destroy your smoke. So what we have here, which I need to modify, is the air brake. The air brake is about here and it opens and closes here. This creates a vortex, and actually the actual turbulence makes a thicker plume of smoke. So there's the other modification as well. The other modification are what the red arrows call Toblerones. I've actually painted them on. They're like triangles. Now this is a training aircraft and you need to get the most out of it with your training. It is a two-seater aircraft, bit like it's dual controlled, so the student sits at the front and the QFI at the back. It is dual controlled, just like you go in a driving lesson, although it wouldn't be nice to go in one of these for a lesson. Anyway, the modification here, the purpose of it, the amount of this beautiful design with the wing, the swept wings like this, can give the aircraft a lot of lift. But for our students here, it's a very forgiving. It actually, these Toblerones, oh gosh, create a buffer, and it actually lets the pilot know that they've got enough lift or reaching maximum lift, and also the amount of G's pulled with these as well. These little extra bits on there, which I think is a regular on the Hawk, but those are the main modifications on the radar, and of course they've painted it red. A beautiful little aircraft, and I love it. I think it's great. Oh yeah, I'll take one. Thank you. specialist. Is it actually tipping? Yeah. Oh, yes, I'll get it. Gatsby's, I mean, it's all got a name, but Gatsby's. Since 1957. Yeah. I know in a bit, once they start towing them away, that's they'll fill them up first, and then what they got, I think they're at Bryce tonight. Yeah. They usually stay there. Yeah, I think so. Wingy, you alright? Yes, how are you? I'm alright, got a little present for you. What is it? Got some tiffin. Tiffin? Yes. Oh, very delightful. There you go, mate. There you go, look at that. Gatsby's tiffin. Tiffin, yes. Joanna, put this on a plate, please, dear. Thought you might like that. It's all good. How we doing? My name's Grand Crew Drew. Hope we're all good and well. Hope we're all good. What are you doing? Yes, that was delightful. You gone to tell me you've just eaten all of that? Yes. Joanna, thank you, dear. Pass the napkin, dearest. Yes, from John Lewis. Yes. Goodness me, you've had some appetite, mate. You all right? Yes, I'm just enjoying the finest of the Royal Air Force. Yes. Yeah, they're good, aren't they? The Reds have just been helping out. That's right, been having a look at all the team, the engineering team and the ground crew and the blues and the circus.
Good old ground crew, well done, yes. The red arrows are in the air, and we like them in the air. You do the Enid and the Hannah, we like the red arrows in the air. First word of the posh officers is air. What usually grows on people's heads is hair. Where the lions live, they live in a lair. To be posh, it's a hair lair. A hair lair. No, a hair lair. A hair lair. No, that sounds like you got toothache. A hair lair. A hair lair. Keep working on it, son. Keep working on it. Jolly old show. Goodbye, chalks away.
I think he's had too much of that tiffin. Goodness me, what's in it? What did you get him? Actually, no, it was me. Oh, well, never mind. Hope you're all good. Don't forget to hit that like button on that wobbly jelly or your dog and bone or your lamb chop. God, it's a little bit more minty. It's not good for the meat barnet, is it? Terrible, never mind. Right, I'm off. Have a good time, everyone. See ya. Guten Tag, it's Jens here from Germany. How are you?
Hey, all you right there, Jens? No.
It's you, Reginald. How are you? Have you been working on your football?
Oh, as a matter of fact, we playing rugby today.
Rugby? No. You need to play football for the Bundesliga. Bundes what?
There, no.
Bundesliga. You know Bundesliga, the football I've been teaching you.
Oh, yeah. No. It's all good round here now. Yeah, let me out here. Yeah, show us that Jurgen Klinsmann move. You were pretty good at that.
Yes, you do that.
Oh dear. Dear. Is he all right?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just lying down pretending I'm playing football.
What, lying down? What's the matter with you? Get up. Oi. You won't be any good at rugby, will you? Here, oh dear. My name's Reggie. They're part of the RAF Regiment. How's all my Reggies at Waddington there? No. Yeah, we're all good. Oh, it's Operation Windy been today. Literally, you got to hang on to everything. You know what I mean? Terror. Hello. Oh, goodness me, scared the fur out of me. You all right?
Yes, sir.
Very good, yes. Will you sort the voice out there, Nicholas? Thank you. Well, we no. Yes. Be a wing commander, you know. Right, I'm going over in there now to do me perimeter checks. Yes, you do that. Ha. See how chalks away. Now, we don't put me red arrow there now. Those pretty little planes in it there now. Yeah, look. Look what I got. Let me have a look at this. Yeah. Just what I thought. Anyone lost a red arrow there now? I've got a red arrow over there now. Lost and found. Here we go. How are we doing around there now? Yeah, it's alright, isn't it? See, the RAF Regiment, what we got to do, we got to look after all these things, you know. That's right, ground crew, the base itself, all the perimeter checks, even these pretty little planes, you know what I mean, there now. We've got to look after them, man. We've got to secure the airfield and all that. Oh dear, the wife will be pleased. Look at this. Been growing me hair. Reggie, it's a family channel, man. Never mind. As we have a look. Let's have a look. Are they towing them away? Have a look. They're just filling them up with fuel at the minute.
Sheds and Teddy Bears. Hope we're all good. So we're just staying put just for a short period of time, just to make sure that that is it. But what a day we've had. It's been an incredible day. A very windy one. There's our Vulcan over there. Lovely. Hope you had a good holiday. Not forgetting, we've seen the NH90 as well, the Royal Netherlands Air Force as well. That was pretty cool. It's the Airfield Wildlife Control Unit doing a special job, of course, trying to do all they can to prevent incidents and control the wildlife, not just birds but all forms of wildlife as well, using various coloured flags to scare off different types of birds. They've got flare guns, they've got pre-recorded distressed bird sounds as well that they can play. They can play the horn, they've got other various sound effects that can play through those sirens and speakers. Looks like that's the Blues there, look. Just about to see them there. Just for a little bit more. How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Been a very, very challenging day in these conditions. My name's Nikos, I've been your cameraman and commentator today. How are we doing? Hope we're all good. I'm just about hanging on. It's been very, very challenging. Really has. I've had to keep the what I've done, I've had the tripod low, so it's, you know, the taller it is, the more unstable it becomes. So my plan of action was to keep a lower centre of gravity, bit like my height and Ted's height as well, as a matter of fact, although Ted's giving me a funny look when I just said that. But so we're just going to hang on a minute. So it looks like they've just filled up all the aircraft with fuel, which is standard. They're meant to do that. Stops all the take care, man, see you later. For safety, aircraft are refueled straight away. The build-up of condensation inside can actually be highly dangerous and highly flammable and explosive, so that's why they do it. So I'm just having a look now. They have been refueled. The Bowsers are just leaving now, so it's a case of just keeping our little mince pies on the aircraft to see how we get on. So one more show to finish up the week, and as we do traditionally, finish up at Lakenheath this week, and that's tomorrow. So looking forward to finishing off what I feel was a brilliant week, dodging the weather and keeping the fun show keep going alive. So let's have a quick look, see what we can establish. Oh, they're wiping them down, look. Giving them a little polish. Someone's actually giving it a little polish. I've not seen that before. Yeah, here comes the tug now. Yep, it looks like it. Well, it's gone off the screen, so I don't know whether that's an optical illusion of how things stand on that, but it does look like that's it for today. thanks for that. We now have 2 shadows, so that makes sense then. Okie dokies. Well, the ladders are still there, so we'll just hang on till, say, another 12 minutes. Well, I hope you'll enjoy today. It's certainly been brilliant, especially filled with 2 lots of full displays from the Red Arrows. Although saying a full display isn't totally correct. They were flat displays, so, but you know what I mean. Still a full display from the Diamond 9, of course. Absolutely wonderful. And we've got a good thing about Waddington is you don't really need a scanner. As soon as this starts flashing, you know something's coming. Shadow R1, along with the rivet joint and the protector, remote piloted aircraft, part of the ISTAR team. That's intelligence, surveillance, target acquisition and reconnaissance. I think that's it then, ladies and teddy bears. I think we're going to call it a day. Robert Pimlock, thank you very much for 20 months membership, and even better, the red arrows on this show too. Thank you. And we Stevie Boy as well for the super chat. Just get Ted to finish up the show then. I think that's us done then for the day. So thanks a lot, Robert Pimlock, for your amazing service to the channel. 20 months, thank you. And we Stevie Boy as well, thank you for the super chat. Guards March as well for you. I reckon that is it then. Or is it? Right. No, it's the shadow coming back.
Oh, right.
Well, it's coming up to 2 o'clock now. The reds are still there with the steps, so. Pack up and record it if it happens. There's always that. It's been a good day anyway. Yeah. Thought they would have taken it, unless they're leaving in there overnight. Did they do that? I've never known them to do that. Do that? They're going out tomorrow, so I'll probably just leave them then. Oh, that'll do that. Yeah. Okay, that'll do then. We'll finish up Ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Yep, we'll call it a day then. Yep, we're done. Mission complete. Come on then, Ted. Let's go away from these windy conditions that we've had to endure today. Right, ladies, gents and teddy bears, how we doing? I have to crouch down due to these windy conditions. I've had to lower the tripod down. Teddy, right there, mate, you good? I hope you're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears, and I hope you enjoyed 2 lovely Red Arrows displays, and also the visiting NH90 from the Royal Netherlands Air Force as well. So, hi Jens, hope you're all good. Hope you all enjoyed the show, and well, what an incredible display. That last one for me was really, really good. Really, they're good anyway, but that last one, there was just something about it. Maybe because of the heart that they put in on that one. And yeah, I hope you all enjoyed today. It's been amazing. So Red Arrows, thank you very much for what you do. And of course, RAF Waddington, thank you as well. So, ladies, gents, teddy bears, I want to thank you as well. I'm going to put on a little TED advert for you to think about coming to support the Ted Coningsby channel through membership as well. So, do think about it. Come and support us from just $1.99 a month as well. So, ladies, gents, teddy bears, you've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel. My name's Nick Oss. I've been your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, without his beret because it's so windy. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Waddington, home of the Red Arrows and ISTAR Force. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. Yeah, ladies, gents and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nick Oss, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Aw, yeah.
Golf India, Brian, right into an 814.